Elements said the busy builder is now live, streaming miniatures.
Hello there. Okay, it looks like the microphone's actually working this time. And there's my nippers. There's my X-Acto blade, my glue, the model, parts. I think we're good this time. Alright, so in the aborted videos, which I deleted because I didn't like anything about them, all we had done was glued 3 pieces together. Upper hull, lower hull, back door, and filled seams. That's all we've done so far. So nobody really missed out on anything. Kind of wish I could go back now, because I've seen some videos which bring up another issue a lot of beginning modelers might be having. And that's using this stuff. I'll use these back doors as a bad example. So one thing I'm seeing on a lot of other model builders videos, and this isn't any one in particular, this is a lot. It's not inherently wrong, but it is wrong. It's wrong if you want a good bond. How's that? Okay, let me turn this so I'm more centered. What I see a lot of builders doing is they'll have a large piece, right? We're talking like aircraft fuselage large or tank hull large. So let's get this cleaned up real quick. Could I have gone on without my nippers the last time? Yeah. Hey, George. So, one thing I'm seeing that is, and I'm going to call it a wrong use of liquid cement, and it's more the demonstration of it than anything. You'll see people take it, and they'll go along here, right? So what's one thing about this cement? An extremely fast evaporation rate, right? And then they'll go along here, right? So while you're doing this, it may have softened the plastic on the other part already, but the glue is dried. So now, this is already dried up. You can even see it. It might be a little tacky to the touch, but now this is also dried up. And sure, those might hold, right? How well? Not very. Very little bond. Okay? So this is another one of those fundamentals. When gluing larger parts, Don't do apply to one side, apply to other, put together. It's going to cause you nothing but trouble. And if anyone starts telling you to do that, please don't listen to them. What you want to do is you want to put your part in place, especially if it's a large part. Touch it there. Make sure your brush is loaded too. Touch it there. So what just happened there is both parts are held together, and capillary action, or if you're British, capillary, drew the glue down to here, down to here. In most cases, that is enough for a good bond. I'd like to add another one right here in the back middle. That'll spread both ways. When using liquid cement, it is essential that you have a close but not tight seal on your part that allows the plastic cement to flow. If you don't do that, you're not going to get a good bond. And instead of commenting on every video I see that, I figured I'd just bring it up here. If anyone wants to discuss the differences in it, I'm more than welcome to do it. But I just demonstrated how even quickly doing it by applying it to one part, applying it to the other, putting them together, you got no bond. The plastic did not melt together like it's supposed to. So in the future, that's what's going to happen. Let's get the other door in. For small parts, sometimes you have to do it like that, but typically the part usually goes into a hole like here, which you could actually overload with a bit of cement, so by the time you get the part up and around and on, there's enough there to flow between the parts. But you run the risk, especially on larger parts, you run the risk of the glue flowing too far or overflowing. Hey, Joel. So yeah, we're just getting back to this. Once you get these glued on, I'll sand out these. Now, another thing to look for, especially on later issues of this kit, is right here. You see how there's kind of a weird mismatch right here? And also on the other side, right? Barely make it out. That's where they retooled the lower hull to have the cutout for the hydraulic lifts for the recovery version. It's lined up pretty close, so really all we have to do, there's two ways you can go about it. Ignore it, cover it with mud later, or a lot of difficulties the other day, Sidewinder. So, you got that area right there. Just take your sandpaper, fold it up so it'll fit between the weld seams. You don't want to destroy those. And just lightly sand that down. The rest of it will hide in the weld seams or under any mud or dirt. Now, if you're wanting to do a completely clean vehicle, then yeah, sand that too, because there's a little notch that's visible right there. But overall, just take your time, look over the vehicle, and take care of any little idiocies that might jump out at you. And it's easier to do this in the bare form than after you've already glued on the lights, the brush guards, the hooks, the handles, and all that. That way you're not knocking off half the pieces you've already glued on. Hey, model student. Yeah, we're off to a better start today. I made sure all my crap was actually where it was supposed to be and working. Then, again, you see that little mismatch down there. There's a little flash where the plastic has gone through the mold. See if it'll play nice for a minute. Come on, autofocus. No, you don't want to play today? Alright. But yeah, right there. Ah, there you see it. It won't be terribly visible, but it can be.
As the model speed recording said audio is great.
I turned up the gain on my mic a little bit too. Is it coming through a lot clearer than it has in the past? Because it's still in the same place. I can move it closer if you want. Now I'm trying to decide what to do with these. Why does that look like it's not in focus at all? It's like the camera's focusing over here. So on the real vehicle, these are a cloth strap that holds down like just a cable bundle. Now, I can either take these off, make the cable and put it in there, and then remake the strap, or just cover it in stowage. As they are, it would be very difficult to make a cable loop and put it there. I don't want to go too terribly stupid on this in terms of detailing because it is a basic build. I'll think on that. We're going to be working on mostly the lower hull today. Might jump to the upper hull. Don't exactly know yet. Another good set of tools to have. Basic needle files. You see everybody buying all these display glass files and vibratory sanders and things like that. Save your money. Like, seriously, save your money. Most of the times, if you're building a model and you're going to paint it, you don't need anything as exquisite as a glass file. All you need is a good needle file. Does it feel like there's something in my hair? Nope. Okay. They make them smaller than this too, so I'm just using the first ones I had available, which they work for me. But you can see how they just took that putty right off, leveled it out, and done. Same thing here. You could take sandpaper and do it too, but I'm trying to keep the edge, like the line of the plate, true, and that's what the needle files help with. If you're doing it with sandpaper, if you're careful, you won't have a problem, but you could easily round off that corner. Just a good set of needle files, keep everything straight and true. And it doesn't even have to be perfect either. Just take down the excess. Because I've seen a lot of people using what you could term as finishing items. And by finishing, I mean kind of like using 4,000 grit sandpaper where you need 1,200. It actually makes things take a bit longer and become more frustrating. And this is just a mid-range file. Not too aggressive that it'll tear up the plastic, but aggressive enough that it gets the putty down, which is exactly what you want. The sandpaper I use, I think, is 320 grit. And it's wet dry, so if I wanted to, I could soak this in a little water, run the sandpaper over it, and probably be done half as quick. But I'm trying to keep this edge back here. Because one thing they did a really nice job in this kit was the weld seams. And I'm trying to not knock those down too far. And if this minor seam here is the worst of the problems, I don't mind taking a couple extra minutes to make sure it's decent. Now, if this is something like an aircraft fuselage, which we might even do a basics on aircraft too. Not this time around, but in the future. I've got a couple old monogram kits I could work on. For something more rounded, I would use a backed sponge like this. So sandpaper here, sponge there, because it allows it to be a bit more flexible and go with the shape of the fuselage. That way you don't wind up with a flat spot as easily. So back to this here, we're going to be going right between the weld seams. Now in this case I want to use the sandpaper because it fits between there. And doubled up like this, it kind of retains some rigidity, so it's not likely to fold over. And don't go too deep, just enough to get the putty off. See, I got some putty on this side of it. Just gonna lightly just scuff it up a little bit. And if you have any questions that I can kind of go back and reference to, feel free to ask. But this really is just a literal plain Jane build. Little glue splurge right there, that's fine. We actually want that in some cases. And there we go. Let's get started on the suspension. Alright, now the first part I'm going to do is the very back axle. Mainly because this had broken off the sprue. I kind of glued it back in place on the sprue. But it's still probably weak, so that may have been wasted effort. But these also have a little more cleanup. This is a much older mold, so it's got some flash on it. Don't break. A6. Keep in mind, tomorrow I most likely won't be on, since I've got my dental procedure. Talking will be difficult at best. I'm probably going to go take care of the procedure, come home, take the painkillers they give, and probably pass out. I'll post on YouTube if I'm going to be able to make it later in the evening. But yeah, don't take tomorrow as a day, a broadcast day for me. So, on these older parts, check for flashing. That's another reason I wanted my sprue nippers, is I was running into areas where even with a brand new blade, the plastic felt like it was giving too much resistance, and I really didn't want to cut myself. So that's why it seems like, oh, such a small, insignificant thing can honestly shut down something. Just a light scrape with the X-Acto blade to remove any excessive flash. You really wouldn't be able to see much of it because it's going to be buried in this channel right here anyway. But you might see something on the control arms here in the CV axles. Especially that one right there. Drop. So would you guys... Do you guys think it would be okay if I showed some very basic modification in this, or just keep it bone stock? Like things of just using strip styrene, things like that to make it a little more right looking. Glue on the hole for a second. That'll help this slip in.
At the model student 20 said yes sir, basic building upgrades.
You're just gonna say yes to anything like you were last time. I can already tell. What the... See what I mean about... Something about this kit. This plastic is definitely from a much earlier and much more brittle production batch. The way the plastic's gone yellow like that... That is crazy. Because now I have to figure out which of these went where. Because the CV axles here don't really secure to anything outside of this. Even when I put the rear control arms on, they just hover in the middle of it. Sorry, Marbles is down here earlier. He's shedding again. So I've got fur flying through the room. So in this case, I'm actually using the flash to a benefit because it's actually holding the part in place. It helped me line up where it came from. And you see how even though I didn't have the parts touching, I was able to get enough of a bead of glue on the part that it was able to complete the bond. Smaller parts you can do that with. So we might jump around. We might jump around a little bit right now just so I can get these rear arms on to support those since they broke. See, that already sagged. Trying to get as much flash off as I can. Even with those wibbly wobbly control arms there, or CV axles, whatever you want to call them. Constant velocity shafts. Now, you really don't need tweezers to put that in, but given how fat my fingers are, I wouldn't have seen the hole very easily to fit that in there. A little bit of glue here just to help. Alright, so yeah, let me see about getting control arms on there. Is there anything else that needs to go on there before I get those? No. Okay. So it's A12 and A11. I'm just gonna go ahead and glue them on real quick. So. I'm just gonna do both sides. Yeah, the greenness of this plastic compared to the other gray, these are either a weird batch or they were reusing recycled plastic. And I've got one other kit that has this kind of nasty recycled plastic in it, and it also is very brittle. The only problem is that other kit is over 30 years old and almost unobtainium now. At least not for a decent price. And that's the 5-Star Stories LED Mirage with boomerang unit and flame pack. The wings on it were made of that recycled shit. And if you hear periodic humming, that's just my printer going in the background. We're printing off Nihilister. I've got the main body done, the legs. I'm doing her tail right now. Once that's done, I'll be switching out to red resin to do her dragon head weapon things. I want to have lights in them, but I want to paint them in a way that if light passes through them, it'll show up and look cool. So after this, I've still got the LAV M to do. Be modifying that a little bit with the engine. Then the other two models I could still do of it are the air defense and the anti-tank versions. Okay, back to where we were. Let's get the front ones in. I just hope they don't shatter as well. Let's find out. Not yet. Not yet. Before I even did anything. Okay, I've got to try something else on this one. These are obviously pushing things around a bit. Of course not. Okay. So I haven't been able to get to the dollar store yet to get the spackling compound, but I did find some at the house that I can use. It's by Gorilla, you know, the same company that does the glue. But overall the texture's the same and the properties are the same. I forget why we bought it. Whatever reason it was doesn't exist anymore, I guess. Probably because it was cheap at the time. Yeah, I can't wait to be through this sprue. We're going to try and get the suspension done relatively quickly. Get back to normal plastic. I at least want to get the base model assembled. Maybe do some mild renovations for details. Main thing being those 3 little clips up front. And I won't be changing them too much. Okay. I want to let the glue set on where I attach that to for a second longer, just to firm it up a bit. So what I'll most likely do is leave this part, put a line right through here, and shave off the long portion, because that's supposed to be the strap that holds the round cable that goes there. Then I'll just make the cable out of a piece of wire, put it in, and use masking tape to do the strap. And the weird thing is, the kit doesn't even come with the cable to put there. But I didn't see that feature on any other LAV aside from the C2, so I'm like, what, what is that? I'm researching it, trying to figure out what it is, and that's what it was. The only other things I might do are more obvious things. If you go on primeportal.net, they have one of these getting the engine worked on, and it shows very clearly pictures of the smoke dischargers here and here, and there's like a firing lead that goes from the hull to the back of the dischargers. Just little easy stuff like that I'll throw in. And it is stuff that a younger or less experienced modeler would try adding in, just to give themselves a little bit extra, you know? And Model Student, thank you again for the shoutouts on your videos. I'm pretty sure you had a hand in helping to get me some more subs recently, so thank you very much for that. We've gotten 72 since December 31st. Which to me is an insane number. Okay, line up a little better. Thank you. Yeah, another way you can tell that you got that nasty recycled plastic is your blade does not want to cut through it as simply. So you got to apply more pressure to it just to get a small nub off, where if it was the fresh plastic, it would slice right through nice and simple. So yeah, we are less than 30 away from 800. If we break 1,000 this year, I'll be amazed. I notice you're not too far off from 1,000 yourself right now. Come on, get in there. There we go. Heck, your sub count jumped up by 2 or 3 while I was watching your video yesterday. At least I could have sworn I saw it go up. Well, we each have our own way of doing things. And that's the other thing. I'm just trying to show the basics of how to do it here. Nobody has to do it my way. First and foremost. If anyone says that I've said that or if I've insinuated that, they're lying. Except for the application of liquid cement. Yeah. You have to do it this way. Let's see here. Because even back in the 70s, there are several tricks to using liquid plastic cement. Don't try to use the applicator brush provided in the cap. It's too coarse. True. Yeah, although the old brush cement on one part, brush it on the other, and stick them together routine can work for small parts, larger ones, the solvent cement evaporates too quickly for this method to be effective. In those cases, it's better to fit the two parts together dry, then touch the brush full of cement lightly to allow the cement will flow in the gap between the parts. So, yeah. Even though this book was printed in the 80s or 90s, this goes back all the way to the 70s. Message from the past. Fundies, guys. Fundies. Okay. Oh, this. Because, yeah, the other LEVs I've built, these parts have always been the same color.
George Davis 7629 said, "Hey, model student."
Yeah, all the regulars are in here. I think Sidewinder's still lurking, just hanging out and listening. He's on the Twitch side. And don't forget, if you would like to support the channel in projects similar to this one in the future, there are links on both the Twitch side and YouTube side for donations. You can also sub on the Twitch side, which would go towards paying for future projects as well. Subs on YouTube are like follows on Twitch and are completely free. They will help in the long run.
The model student pointed said, "My build is a blast from the past. We got a new boxing at 7 Lol.
I think Hasegawa actually retired that mold. Just brushing some liquid cement over the seams on this just to help kind of melt them down a little bit. And not that there's so much as flash right here, but there is a prominent seam line going down the coil. So you want to at least knock the top off of it. Same on this side. You can see it right there through the coil. And what you can do, since you really can't get down inside real easily, you could use a needle file to do it if you wanted. But you just take a little liquid cement, brush it on, and it'll knock the rest of it away. It won't be as noticeable. And as long as you don't go too crazy with it, it shouldn't affect the integrity of the part too much. Yeah, so if you think about it, model student, if that got a new boxing in 78, when was it first tooled? Yeah, one series of kits I always wanted to get into. I did when I was a kid, but again, they got lost. What's the company that Reeboks used? Minicraft. Yeah, Minicraft used to Reeboks all of the Hasegawa Hughes 500 series helicopters. I kind of wanted to do a family of those. Good luck finding them now, though. Most of them have been turned into machining Krieger builds. So if you're looking for this kind of LAV, while the Trumpeter one is hands down probably the best in terms of overall detail, Italeri did do one. I don't know if it's been re-released in their new current catalog yet with new wheels and stuff, but they did do one. And Essie did one back in the day. The SE one isn't terrible, but just like their Humvee, it does have some angle issues of the hull in the front. It's too blunt. It's still a good kit, fits together well. All the details are there that you'd really need. But yeah, it's just got the hull angle issue thing going on. If I were to do that one, I'd definitely be hiding it under, like, a layer of camo netting so it's not as obvious. But it can be built too. And I think you can still find it pretty cheap on, like, eBay and places like that. I think it even shows up at model contests in some old guy's collection that he's trying to get rid of for, like, $5. So while these are still soft, we'll get the A-arms in. Yeah, I'm not going to use the cutters on this. I'm gonna... Wow! Okay. That shouldn't happen like that, but whatever. Recycled plastic. Because it's good for the environment and great for you. No, that's recycled food. Wow. But you see how that broke at the sprue. This is some junk-ass plastic here. This kit's providing some challenges that I didn't want or ask for. So far, it doesn't seem to be doing anything bad to the bonding of the plastic yet. But I've also seen that happen with some bad plastic. This is also a plastic that you really got to be careful getting solvents on. Older recycled plastics like this tend to fracture when they get strong solvents on them. We should be okay with the odorless mineral spirits. I might do a test on the sprue just to make sure. Oh. Hi, Mittens. When did you come down? Or is that Frank? Oh, that's Frank. Frankie! Hi, big guy. Thought Mittens was asleep on the couch. I believe Allie's in the donut. Yep. But it looks like I picked a good week to be off work and to work on a project like this. And again, don't worry about keeping up with me. The idea for this is also for it to be like a reference. So if you want to come back to it at another time to pick up on something, you can do that as well. I don't want anyone thinking they've got to keep up with what I'm doing in terms of if they're building along or anything like that. The first couple episodes are going to be a little bit dry, simply because it is just basic construction and basic painting. Once we get into the weathering, that's when it'll start getting interesting. Because, for the most part, all you guys have seen me do is use the Vallejo stuff, which is pretty simple. But it's also limiting. And I'll explain the limits of them as I get to them, in terms of the different aspects of each material. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself by talking about all these so-called texture pastes and things like that. We're not even there yet. Right now, this is just simple construction. Problem solving, parts assembling, nothing more, nothing less. There. Ah. Come on. Go to your hole. That could have gone a lot better. And in the end with this, all we're really doing is we're trying to recreate the box art. This will have a simple display base using really easy to obtain stuff. You know, nothing fancy, nothing expensive. Some of it you can even get from your gutter. I'm not kidding. In fact, I've got to go do that today before the rains hit tomorrow. Yeah, this could have been a lot easier for me. I'm making it harder for myself. Sometimes. Here, let's do this time. Get you tacked on there. Put that there, there.
At the model student pointing said I've already slipped off the post for the foot controls by accident. They went back on. Lol.
Oh! Now, are you using the pilot figure? Because I will be putting a figure on this. Wow. So all these A-frames are the same. I shouldn't be having alignment issues.
Model student 20 said yes I am.
Okay. There's enough tension coming out of this, it's forcing everything out of alignment. There. I think I just broke the little stud off the top there. That's fine. That's okay. As Forrest Gump said, shit happens. Now, the one thing I really dislike about this kit is this floating axle end inside each of these. But that's fine. I can live with it. Not gonna get bitter about it. No, excuse me. Actually, I wonder what the forecast for today is. Last time I checked, it said sunny, but it's been looking like death warmed over for a day and a half now. But yeah, it's supposed to snow starting Tuesday all the way through till Friday. That is a scraping shield for the rear differential for the propellers. There's one for the front too. Just trying to not get too far ahead of myself just yet. And like we've been doing so far, if I run into something that I can reference back to the book about, I'll do that. And the book even has a couple of how not to do things. Because, like I said, they are older. They use older techniques, which at the time worked, but our way of looking at the subjects has changed. So we won't be going to copy exactly what they do in terms of like painting and stuff like that. But it's still a definitely needed guideline to go by. But the cut on my finger did not come from this knife, though. It actually came from my desk. I ran my finger along it, and part of the particle board was sticking out. And, sliced my finger open like a razor blade. I should have saved the tires from the recovery version. I stupidly threw them out. I don't have a spare tire to mount on this thing. Not that they all need them, but it is a piece of stowage that does bulk up the look of the model nicely. Okay, so A9, A13. One propeller blade off successfully. Good lord. The way this plastic's been shattering, I was afraid that the blade itself would shatter. But a couple projects we got coming up in the future after this one. The aforementioned Nihilister. I've got Gunhead from Kotobukiya from the late 90s or late 80s, early 90s Japanese film, the same name. The mech from that. And I decided to say screw it, and I pulled the trigger on a Kotobukiya Metal Gear Rex. And we're talking the first game version, not the Metal Gear Solid 4 or the black version. Just taking care of a little bit of the flash on the propeller blades. It's a big model in 35th scale. And supposedly they built a full-size gunhead on set for the film. I know there was a very large-sized model built for filming, but they built a full-size one too. There. Sorry, those teeth are reminding me of why they're coming out tomorrow. The reason you don't see me using the sprue nippers too much on this tree is just the way this shit's so brittle. I'd rather be able to score it and not have that happen. Come on, get off there. At least that was a pretty clean break. Well, I should have got the sprue out of the mortar kit and just swapped them. This is kind of slowing me down. Get back on there. Drink the juice. Drink it. And we also have the Grand Scale Base Lard kit on the way from the Frame Arms Girls series. Unlike the Architect, they gave her all of her weapons. The Architect, they just made the figure with none of her weapons, which is strange. At least the options of the fist type weapon would have been nice. Removing the minor flash on these. So we got a couple of good non-military sci-fi and somewhat fantasy style subjects coming up. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna... It doesn't mean I'm gonna stop doing military stuff. It just helps to have a little bit of something different. Noticing a little bit of burnout lately. Alright. Now we're caught up to where these went on. I've also found a use for the previous figure from, or for an old figure from this LAV build. He'll be in the commander's hatch.
The model student 20 said don't want to burn out.
It's better to burn out than to fade away. Mr. Krabs. Oh wait, no, that was the Kurgan, who is also the voice of Mr. Krabs. So we got Henry Cavill as Connor McLeod in the new Highlander reboot. One thing they've been very quiet on is who the bad guy is and who's playing him. They better not have a Skarsgård playing the Kurgan, because honestly, I'm tired of seeing the recycled actors. I'm tired of seeing the Momoas. I'm even tired of seeing Henry Cavill everywhere. That's part of why Highlander worked back in the 80s, is that aside from Sean Connery, everybody in it was a relative unknown. It allowed you to invest in the story. I mean, is there even a cast list for the new Highlander out yet? And part of the reason we like the original so much is because of how fucking cheesy it was.
At the model, student 20 said best apartment ever. Lol.
Yeah, right? Especially with the conversation pit. Why do we have conversation pits anymore? Why did that go out of style? I'm kidding, by the way. I think those existed so people could get high as hell. Didn't have to worry about falling off of anything. Trying to take it very careful and not gouge my thumb. Because I have cut my thumb recently from this. Not deep, but just enough where you're, you know, you gotta wash your hands later and it's like, okay, pain, why? Really? That just bent right over on me. There. So we're going to use you first to get you out of the way. I think this happens to at least one shock on every LAV build. Just that little eyelet right there comes off on somebody. Why does it feel like I'm trying to remote control myself from, like, another house 20 miles away from here? And why did my phone just suddenly light up? It should not be doing that. Alright, something's not right. There. Yes, it's fiddly, I know. Part of it's having to fight around that little steering arm. Because all the backside ones basically fall on. You would think I'd have this down to a science after having done so many. Grr. Arg. The Centauro was a bag of its own problems, especially those photo etch steps that go on the sides, and those headlight covers. I think I got the headlight covers looking passably good. Yeah, the Centauro's not exactly a... it's not a hard kit, but it is not a, you know, Billy's first armor model either. I think I got that okay. I can't remember if I annealed it or not, or if I just rolled it on an X-Acto blade handle and then a smaller and smaller diameter piece of metal until it got to the right point. I'm sure I could go back and watch the video and find out how I did it, but I think I just said screw it and rolled it and rolled it and rolled it. Thanks for that, but there's plenty of issues with it. I'm still not done with it yet. I just kind of lost steam for it. Shiny object syndrome, I guess. I'll get back to her pretty soon. Probably not too long after I finish this. Now, which color are you going to use for the cockpit? Depending on who you talk to, it could be an interior green like US interior green, or it could be a lighter green like Tamiya Sky.
At the model student 20 said mine is the best model I've built so far, I think.
I wouldn't say that. I don't mean that in a bad way, but I mean, you built other models that have different aspects that are better in some ways. Like, out of all the models I've done so far this year, the LAV that's in the corner right now is probably one of the ones I feel the best about overall. Even though there's probably some that would argue that my M60 is one of my better models this year. I don't know, I had more fun doing the LAV. The M60 was a fun build, but it felt more... I don't know, it felt like I had to work more at it. The kit itself was easy, but it was also a bit more complex than it needed to be. Who's down there? Oh, that's Mittens. Hi, buddy. You okay? What's the matter? Got your ears back and you're all hunkered down. What's up? Hmm? Give me a sec. Mitt. Come on. Hop up. Hop up. Mittens up. Come on. You look like you want cuddles. Come on. Come here. Come on. Hop up. Hop up. Come on, little buddy. Come on. You coming up or what? Okay, I'm sitting back now. If you want up, you gotta get on the back of the chair. Ow. You coming up? Yeah, he's been acting weird lately. Not like sick weird, but just, I don't know. It seems like he wants to be alone more often than usual. Don't you? Yeah? What? I might have to go take some ibuprofen here in a second. Not for my jaw, for my knees. With the storm coming in that's supposed to hit tomorrow, my knees have started aching a lot. And we're about ready to flip this over and start working on the upper hull.
At the model student 20 said it's calling for a chromate, but I think I'm going to go light or pale green the Sky XF21, then dry brush some J.A. Gray XF14 on top before an L liner, I think.
So try this first. Do your Sky base coat, clear coat it, and give it an oil wash of some sap green or phthalo green mixed with a little bit of black just to darken it, not enough to remove the green from it. Once that's dry, go back and lightly dry brush it with the original base color. Tell me how that works for you.
My knees have been surprisingly good. It's been dry here, cold but dry.
Oh, we've had one rainy day in 2 months since the last snowstorm. Okay. Now just to get the steering vanes on and the steering gear for the front. Where'd Mitty go? Oh, he's by the stairs. Yep. Clear coat, wash, then obviously remove the excess wash, and then flat coat and dry brush. Because sometimes if you try and dry brush with a lighter color, since we're talking about dry brushing, you want the detail to pop but not be unrealistically so. I'm going to show you an example of how dry brushing can look bad. Right there. Because yeah, you want to use dry brushing to highlight details. This looks like something from Tron, where every edge, top and bottom, is highlighted. That's excessive. This feels a bit more natural, but still it's a bit much up here. But this is the older way of doing it. So what you want to try is put your base color on, clear coat it, use an oil wash to get around all the details, remove the excess, and then when you flat coat it to bring it back to flat finish, lightly dry brush it with the base color, and you might find that the wash stained the base color enough that it darkened it, that when you dry brush it again with the base color, that acts as a highlight, and it might look and feel a bit cleaner for you. Come on, don't snap these. I cannot have these snap into pieces. Damn it. These are all the steering linkages. Because a lot of people think you've got to go back and you've got to add that highlight. Yes and no. You don't need to have a high contrast highlight. You just need a highlight. And if you want to add it, if you want to add a highlight and make it look a bit more worn looking, what you can do after the base coat dry brush is go back with that aluminum colored pencil and just get the upper edges of things and the floorboards where the pedals would slide, things like that. You use a little bit of aluminum. Wow, I can't talk today. But you use that for your highlight instead. That way your color stays true and a bit more readable, and it doesn't get washed out by another higher highlight layer of color. And actually, you know what? I might do a basics build. My wife got me something for Christmas that would work perfectly for aircraft. 72nd scale F-15E. Yeah, we're overdue for a walk-around break too, so once I get these two steering parts on, I'm going to take a quick break, go upstairs, get some ibuprofen kicking in me, maybe even grab a snack, and then I'll be right back down. Because from what I saw, that Spitfire, being an older kit, has one thing going for it. The detail in the cockpit is chunky. So it's really good for that effect with the wash. Or if you have acrylic washes, you could use something like this over it. For what we're doing though in the basics build, I'm using an oil wash. If you want to use that, go right ahead. If you don't, and you have your own preferred method, go with that. A builder-approved plastic pallet? The bespoke builder-approved plastic pallet? With the oil-absorbent cardboard layer. Oh, and I'd have to give it a really good, aggressive-sounding World War II German name, too, or else nobody's going to buy it. No, I've got to name it after an SS tank unit because, you know, it wouldn't sell if it wasn't named after something evil and nasty. At least I believe the 501st was the one Whitman was in. Alright, I think that is all for the lower hull except for the steering vanes. Yep. So, I'm going to take a quick break and be right back. There we go. Kurgan absorbent pads. Wait. Wonder if we get Clancy Brown to... Okay, I'll be back in a second.
The busy builder said still here having a snack real quick.
And we're back. Has anyone heard from Alex recently? A viewer from Denmark? They haven't been in the past few streams, and it's kind of concerning now. Do we have a table cat? We have an Allie. Hi, girl. Would you like a box? Or are we just gonna prima donna ourselves into the camera? If you can sit there and clean, I'm fine with that. I can work here. Yeah, the Leo 2A7 guy. Last time he was here, it seemed okay. What are you doing, cat? Nope, no box for you. But you can lay down right there. Yeah, there's space right there for you. There you go. Ah. I know I bumped that propeller. I hope it's because they were able to get a new job and they've just been working hard and haven't been able to watch the streams because I'm not on at a good enough time. Because I know they were job hunting for a good bit. Now, as long as I can keep my fat thumbs from finding those and squishing them in, we should be okay. Proceeds to squish in. No, now we're on the top of the body. If I'm right, I should be able to assemble the rim and just pop the wheel over it. It'll make painting a hell of a lot. It'll make painting a hell of a lot easier. Let's test that theory real quick. Yeah, I can. Alright. So I can glue these together at a later time. But the other point of this build is I don't want to do any of it off stream. Let me get these assembled so I can get this sprue out of my way. No worries. Good news, I hope. That was delayed. Why is it anytime somebody says it, I just think the clown from It. Hi, Georgie! Eagle arise. He found that $100 bill he dropped. He didn't crash the car too badly. Everybody's been kind of quiet today. Hi, guys. Got the 3 stripies down here. Olympic freestyle what? Swimming, figure skating, sculling? Yeah, I'm not much of a sports person either way. Damn, I hate that shattering. Well, as long as it doesn't get as bad as the Australian freestyle breakdancing, then I guess it can't be that terrible.
Student 30 said I like a good hockey or football game.
Even football here, even at the college level, it's all the same posturing and sponsoring, and you essentially have a bunch of overpaid, spoiled people chasing a bag of air. So, I honestly can't support sports much. And who do we have here? We have a Mittens. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Huh? Yeah. Good boy. Tail up. You want to stop shaking my chair, bud? And everyone's like, well, you don't train as hard as they do. You don't do this. You don't do that. It's like, bitch, I used to do more in 1 week than they'd do in a year. So don't even start. You know? And I got paid a lot less to do it. And some of us paid a lot more. Can you make up your mind, please? Thank you. You gotta remember, the God Hand stuff was made more specifically. Like, you always hear people talk about how they don't cause stress marks and things like that. That's great because they were made for essentially Gundam builders where they couldn't have defects in the plastic when they're building them, because a lot of them don't paint. I'm not saying none of them do, but a lot of them don't. So they also afford a cleaner cut and things like that. Oh, if you're doing a lot of Gundam and frame arms and those kind of kits, more power to you. But why spend the money if you're not going to be needing it for that purpose? There's cheaper cutters out there that cut just as well, that don't have all the other specialized stuff, is all I'm saying. Okay. So we're having this hatch open. We're closing the driver's hatch and the rest. That's kind of where you got to be careful, though, because sometimes getting in on those small bits damages those small bits. So, here we're having to clean up a little bit of flashing on the parts. This is a pretty old mold by today's standards. Still a good kit, though. I hate to say it, I've heard the Kotobukiya ones are better.
Model Student 20 said my Speedia are great.
I've seen some complaints recently about the God Hand ones, though. The steel they use has become brittle, and they're cracking when people use them.
At the Model Student 20 said perfect.
Because you've got your God Hand nippers, you've got your Nippako, you've got Kotobukiya. And there's tons of them out there.
Model Student 20 said I've heard that too, but never seen them yet.
I've seen 3 examples recently in the past few months. So there could be a metal problem in the more current batches. So yeah, I definitely think long and hard
At the Model
before spending
Student
God
20
Hand
said
money.
You dropped them for sure.
No, these are people that were just nipping parts off of runners.
At George Davis 7629 said I used the DSPIAE ones or the trumpeter ones.
These came with my 3D printer 5 years ago.
At the Model Student 20 said I mostly use my cheap ones that work fine.
Ah. Okay, what is going on here? Why do you not want to fit now? Oh, that's
The
why.
Model Student 20 said DCA makes some sweet stuff expensive, but very nice stuff for sure.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a lot of the stuff from them be like, are they inventing a tool for an actual problem, or are they inventing a problem to sell the tool? Because for all those people out there that say they use their stuff, especially streamers and other builders, you never see them actually use their stuff.
At the Model Student 20 said I lost the shift knob on my F1 car like that it fell in the body. It's all gone forever.
Oh! And what did we learn?
At the Model Student 20 said their circle cutter is nice.
But let's be honest, how many times have you really needed to cut a perfect circle?
At George Davis 7629 said have the circle cutter and their real drill and the photo etch bender. Their drills are also good.
Is it the ones with the little plastic collars on them?
Davis 7629 said, but everything they make, other companies also make.
Bingo! Like, they're drill bits, right? You mean the ones like these that you can get off of Amazon for 15 bucks with a whole bunch of other drill bits?
At the model student 20 said, see if you had God hands, you could just nip those. LMAO just kidding.
If I had God hands, they'd go flying. Plus, I need to do the X-Acto cut because I need to round off that. So I need to be able to see where I'm cutting to get it right. Not everything is just nip and tuck.
Davis 7629 said, I've only used a circle cutter for masking so far. There are compass type cutters that would be far easier to use.
But that's why we're doing the back to basics build to show that there's simpler and easier techniques. But this isn't really about the tools. It's just about thinking outside the box and using fundamental skills. And I could be just a bit biased. I could be a bit biased regardless, because, again, one of the reasons I left the club I was in, you got a lot of people who built to show off the money, it felt like. Like, oh, I bought this display thing and I used it and I liked it, so I went out and spent $3,000 and bought their entire catalog. Great! What does that have to do with the A10 you built right in front of you? And it's that whole look what I bought, not what I built mindset that's really just... It's causing me to reevaluate how I do things, you know, and what I'm looking at. No, not only is it about using $10,000 worth of tools and paints and glues to build a $60 model, which you then bought another $300 worth of aftermarket to replace 50% of the kit because somebody out there said a panel line was a millimeter off. You left out that part. Oh, and don't forget that every new model company that starts up has to make a Tiger 1. No matter what else they make in their catalog, they all have to make a Tiger 1. You can't be a model company without making a Tiger 1. Am I being too sarcastic lately? B29. There it is. But in a way, you've hit the nail on the head right there with that model student, is that's what this build is about. This is about taking that $30 to $40 model. I know, thank you. I don't like how this doesn't match up. But this is about how you take that $30, $40, $60 model with no aftermarket and using the basic paints and supplies that you can get from Hobby Lobby, any local hobby shop, and build it to a decent standard. Not ordering, $100 worth of paint from some obscure place in the middle of Eurasia and all this other stuff. So for this, there is a modification I noticed I need to make. Because if you use this part as it comes, so you got to cut this out to even be able to raise the hatch. And I've looked at real ones, they're like that. And that's kind of what I'm getting at with this build, is and even just the model, right? Not the base and all the little stuff I bought for that, but just the model. The model itself is $35. So we're going to use 3 paints on it, as far as like the basic colors, at average of $3 a bottle for the Tamiya bottles that I use at the shop that I get them at. So you're looking at another $9, so 35 plus 9. So you're looking at 44. Not even this figure, just this model. Artist oil paints and a pretty decent sized bottle of odorless mineral spirits. Another $20, but those will last you forever. They're not just for the one project, so you can kind of spread that cost out. Yeah. So 45 plus 20, $60. Set of brushes, another, I don't know, I want to say $7 for a good mixed set of squares and grounds. And this is just to get started. And the glue, so another $3 for a bottle of glue. So overall, for less than $80, you can get started these days. Which, honestly, is less than the cost of most kits that are out there these days as well. But that's why I'm not going into the 3D printed tires, things like that. I could have. Maybe that'll be a different build. But this is using stock tires. Which are good. But no special markers, no pigments, no anything. Oh, and $1 for the wall spackling for the mud, if you want to do mud. And maybe another $5 for the craft paint for mixing into the mud mix. Sorry, just kind of bouncing back and forth between the sprues here. I've also been reading Red Storm Rising at night. Trying to get back into the habit of reading before bed instead of doom scrolling. Going through my pictures trying to resolve something here. Anywho. Ah. We kind of needed that. Where did that go? There it is. There is a photo etch replacement for this part. It's much too tedious given the overall quality of the model. We're just going to use the plastic one. It's got a little flash on it, cleans up okay. Get you back on here. Okay, like that.
Model student 20 said PE is a bit of a chore sometimes for me as well.
It becomes a chore when you look at it and go, okay, so this replaces this, but does it necessarily improve anything? Because it's not like you're adding a detail that's missing, you're just replacing an existing detail. And I can actually show you a good example of that on this very kit. The rear view mirror assemblies. So here you have your turn signal headlight mounts, right? They also have these in photo etch in this, I believe. Yeah. So you'd have to fold this to that shape. And then, from looking at the parts, you would have to cut off what you need from this one from these two here to then mount to the photo etch one. When honestly, in this scale, this one works fine. I started making them on that one, and then I looked at it, I'm like, I don't need that shit.
The model student 20 said I'm not doing that.
There's no reason to do it. The kit supplied part is actually adequate. But also when this kit was made is right when we were starting to enter that phase, that mindset phase of everything needs to have aftermarket. You know, you can't just have a basic kit. And meanwhile, Revell's still out there making IKEA kits where they're flat pack in a box, and when you build it, you got yourself a GTK boxer in 35th scale, you know? I call them IKEA kits because they come all molded in flat parts. So I want to get this built today so it can dry, and that way Tuesday, if I don't have any complications from tomorrow, we can come in and start doing the base painting. Another area to keep an eye on is parts like this. They've got the mold seam going right down the side of that box. Just give it a scrape with the X-Acto blade. Don't need to get fancy. Like I said, you don't need all these fancy files and stuff. Just give it a good old scrape. And if there may be a stream tomorrow. I can't even talk right today. I was gonna say use the time to get all the other sub-assemblies together, like the wings, the landing gear, anything else that you can possibly glue together. Because that's how I usually go about this. I think that's what's holding me up on the FV432, is there's so much I have to pre-paint before I can assemble that it's slowing me down trying to figure out what exactly I need to pre-paint. And also, I won't be using the camo netting stuff on this. Like I said, we're going for basically a recreation of the box art. So that's all it's really going to be. There might be a little more stowage just to give it a little more life, but we're really not going too crazy at all with it. We're just going to recreate the dirt road with the fence and the tree. Maybe condensed a little bit for the base, but that's it. Something really simple, really basic. It'll be cool if I could do this in a week. Because I'm technically off for 8 days. I'm off till next Sunday. It's just the way the schedule fell. And then after next Sunday, next day off will be Friday. And you don't have to get all crazy with a display base for the Spitfire. The main reason I'm doing it is I just want to give it an environment. Like that, even though all that base is dirt and rocks, it gives context for the weathering, and it makes it more interesting to look at. It gives you an idea and a reason why for a lot of the dirt and weathering and wear on it. Well, the dentist appointment wasn't the reason I took the time off. It just happened to throw its fucking ugly head right in my face at the time. Ooh, you know what you could look for? Now, I think they mainly just use grass runways, but I could be wrong. Look for a file for some of the perforated steel plating that they used to use for runways and roads, and lay that down on it. Kind of like a makeshift parking area. Now, after I got 2 more that are probably gonna have to come out in the next few months. And then after that, we're going to start looking into veneers and dentures and things like that. Oh well. Shit happens. Okay, why aren't you fitting very well? Because the hole is nowhere near the size of the lug. Okay, fit issue. So, this doesn't want to fit because the hole in the back of it's too narrow. You could scrape the whole thing off, or just cut through it a little bit. That's too small to risk widening it. But, just slice off a little bit. Well, like I was explaining on another stream, one of the ones I removed due to complications. Part of it's depression. Apparently my family suffers from it. Would have been nice to know 30, 40 years ago. The other part is being in the military. Combined with the depression, you just kind of get into that get home, get sleep, get up, go. So you don't really take the best care of yourself. You're still brushing, maybe not all the time, maybe not every day, because you're just get up, go, get up, go, get up, go. Combined with the depression, makes it hard to want to do anything. And then braces for a good long time. And it wasn't the surface mount. The fronts were surface mount, but the backs were all band mount. And the bands never fit quite right. So even if you brushed, stuff got up in there. So that already weakened my teeth. Then add in the years of smoking that I did. The fact that I grind my teeth in my sleep from time to time, too. There's a lot of factors, but needless to say, I got shitty teeth. And it's just coming back to me now is all. So I'm not going to have this hatch open, but if you look at the way it's made, I wouldn't be able to open it anyway. It looks like on the real thing, that section's missing. And there's actually supposed to be a vision block here. Again, I'm not going to worry about replicating that. We're not here to fix all the inaccuracies, because this is based on an earlier LAV C2, not on the upgraded ones. So we're here to just build the kit, maybe spice it up a little bit here and there. We're not worried about fixing inaccuracies. Not ones that can't be fixed just by going, oh, that goes there. Making sure I didn't knock these sideways. Now, it also helps if you use the right part. Apparently this has 2 fuel caps. Where's the other one go? Or the other one is for the recovery version. Whatever. I've got the right looking part in the place. I'm an idiot, an idiot. The LAV and the Leopard 2A6M. There's other vehicles that the Canadians use. But yeah, the Piranha / LAV series is what they use mostly for a lot of their conventional stuff. That's why I was hoping you would have gone with the recovery one, because that is really this kit minus 2 wheels. Or the other kit minus 2 wheels. You'd actually be ahead of me. Alright. Antennas everywhere. That's what she said. F5. All right.
The model student 20 said I was going to, thought I might be slow.
Nah. Like I said, this isn't about keeping up with the Joneses. The videos are more for reference, something to refer to. Being that books aren't really in vogue anymore for stuff like this. At least this way you'll have the video that you can go back to and resource. And right now it's just general assembly and cleanup. Haven't really run into anything to bust out the other book for. Unless you guys have a question on something that the book could answer better than I can. And if you want to change over to that one, use tomorrow to get caught up. It really is this simple of a build. Excuse me. But this is not intended to be like a build-along. I mean, if you do, that's great. But it's just meant to be a guide. I don't know how well of a guide I'm making. It's not like I'm Bob Ross talking you through painting a landscape or something in half an hour. God damn it. Okay, those are too wide, and they're not allowing this to tuck in properly. There we go. If I were to do this one again, I'd try and scratch build the interior for it. I've got some pictures of what is back here. Not a lot, but enough that I'd be able to make a bulky enough looking piece to give the impression of a full interior. No, it's because it's really all I'm good at. But do not take that as me saying, oh, I'm the best. I am not. And if anyone tells you they are, they're lying. You could still do that, but kind of like look at the box art and try and recreate that. Plus, what does the engine go to? Is it the same engine that's in another Husky? Because if you wanted to do that, you would need another Husky or another similar vehicle in the series. I'm assuming the engine deck area is the same on the Husky as it is on this. If it is, you can use the Black Dog set for the engine bay. It takes a little fitting, but it works.
At the model student 20 said the best modeler I've seen lives around the corner. He is old and retired, but his skill was incredible.
And some of those old guys' skills are still relevant, but they're being overshadowed. I think what it is, right? Sorry, I got a really itchy nose. And a lot of the stuff I've seen that's really kind of bogging down the hobby in terms of like the techniques people are showcasing is they're not doing it for any sort of efficiency in the build. What's one word that everybody uses that's really gotten annoying lately? It's satisfying. So when you watch somebody build a model and they're unmasking it, they do it all slow-like. It's so satisfying to watch. Or you see somebody prime in black, and then they get that really fine nozzle, and they just cloud it on slowly and slowly, and it's so satisfying to watch. Bullshit. And that's what people are seeing, is a lot of this stuff made to be visually satisfying. But honestly, at the end, when you look at the result, it's no different from anything else that anyone's done. They try and pass it off as something really nouveau or whatever. No. It's, to me, I chalk it up to being pretentious in terms of, look at how I cloud this pattern on to get the perfect mottled effect. Yeah, I wouldn't go starting too much more then. But yeah, a lot of it has to do with that satisfying to watch mindset. And honestly, it's become its own monster, really. Right? But you see, if I don't do it in little different colored patches and put 4 layers of paint on the model before I even start painting the base color layer that the model's eventually going to be, you won't get the mottled finish showing through the paint, that very subtle discoloration, which is going to disappear after I put my flat coat on. Hey, Bald Vance, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. And I'm sorry if the sarcasm is offensive, but it's what I'm seeing permeating a lot of the hobby lately. And it's really putting the wrong mindset in people getting into it, right? They think, oh, I can't build a model unless I build it that way. None. It depends on what you want to build. It depends on how complicated you want to get. My brother got back into the hobby recently, and he picked a Tamiya M60, right? It's a fine old model. Did I just cut the wrong parts off? Give me 1 second. I did cut the wrong parts off. Stupid me. Anyway, get some music going too. George, don't even start. You know that's a 4-letter word here, followed by another bad 3-letter word.
At the model student 20 said, can you imagine that the tone is shifting along the surface due to the precise application of blah blah blah?
Model student, I've heard people explain it like that, but when you see the finished model, you're like, where the fuck is it? Anyway, my brother just got into the hobby recently. Oh, I know. But let me get to the point. My brother got back into the hobby, and he built an M60. It's the old Tamiya kit. It's what he knows. And it's also a great kit for where he is skill-wise. If you're just getting started, and you don't have a lot of experience, I'm not going to tell you to build the Tacom M60 kit. It's a great kit. It fits together well, but you might want a model or two under your belt before you start something like that. But if you want to build an M60, the Tamiya kit is fine. It builds well. It looks like what it's supposed to when it's done. Others will argue it's inaccurate. That's their problem. But if you want to build an M60, it's great. If you want something even better, but still simple, the Italeri M60. If you want an M1 Abrams, the Tamiya kit's good. Dragon makes an excellent one. Italeri makes a good one. Ryfield model makes one that you need to be a rocket scientist to build because it's complete inside and out. So it really depends on what kind of model you want to build, your skill set, the complexity of it. Like what I'm trying to show with this, because I kind of did it with this one here, but I used a lot of more modern stuff, right? With this one, I want to show how you can achieve results just like that, if not maybe a little better, but using more basic skills and cheaper materials. And even like this model, Trumpeter LAV, really simple model out of the box. Some fiddly parts here and there, but overall a good beginner's model. Doesn't really ask you for much outside of the norm, right? So, oh, I'm sorry, model student. You picked two of the worst kits in the world to do that. The Black Widow, I have one. If you want to see me build it, you're going to have to donate money for me to build it, okay? That's all I'm going to say. If you guys want me to build the monogram Black Widow and build it to a high standard, you better start forking out dough, because that's torture. Container ship. As far as submarines with interiors, there's only two that I know of. Both were made by Revell way, way, way back in the day. They kind of had a flip down side. One was edited because it had nudie photos in the interior. No worries. But if you're looking for like ships and submarines, I know it sounds weird, the old Revell Type 21 U-boat. The one that's on display in Bremerhaven. Great old kit. Does that have an interior or not? I forget. I thought there was a cutaway version of that. Any of the Revell kits are honestly good starter kits for people just getting into the hobby. Not a lot of them, actually none of them that I'm aware of, come with anything special like photo etch or resin parts. This comes with photo etch. The only ones we'll be using are the engine screens and the exhaust shields. Everything else in here is superfluous. It's optional, you know. What company is what? This is Trumpeter. The Type 21 U-boat is Revell. Yeah, it really... A lot of it depends on your skill set. Like, any other modeler out there that I've run into lately would not take into account that you just got into the hobby 3 months ago. And say you come in and say, I want to build the Abrams, just like I said before. They would immediately tell you, get the Ryfield kit. Which, it's not a bad kit. But your skill level probably isn't the right... You don't have enough experience with oddities and issues in kits to kind of work it out. Because the Ryfield Abrams is a full interior kit with working tracks and everything. And I don't mean just like a little bit of the turret interior and a little bit of the driver's compartment. We're talking full interior, front to back, fuel tanks, ammo storage, engine bay, auxiliary generators, you name it, it's there. I would not suggest that kit to a beginner. That kit is perfect for a beginner. Trumpeter LAV 25. If you can't find that, Essie does the same vehicle. Same with this. So there's plenty of options out there, and don't be afraid to ask. No, we're not going to get into that. That kit is older than I am. It has gaps like crazy.
Have the RFMM 1240A. I'm not ready for it yet.
I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. I've heard horror stories about it. I bet I could make it my bitch. Anyway, I'm trying not to get sidetracked from this as well. Okay, we're doing the headlight assemblies next. So, I need... Which one is it? This one. Okay. The mold is so worn out that its gaps have crept in on it. The Black Widow itself really isn't a terrible model. It's okay detail-wise. It's old, right? And other people will be like, oh, just get the Hobby Boss kit. Find it. It's not cheap. The Hobby Boss kit's not terrible either. But it's not cheap.
At the model student 20 said mine went together. Okay, it was masking the canopy, but had me stymied back. Then I'm going to build it again for sure.
The last time I tried building it, I had all the fuselage pieces fitted perfectly. The canopy glass wouldn't fit. It was too big in one dimension, which threw everything else off.
At Ballfan 7 said it's like 11 where I am. I'll be sure to check by this channel again.
Oh, no worries. I'm actually taking a week off work,
Student 20 said
so I'll be on all week.
very
Yeah, so I'll be on all week. Except for tomorrow. I won't be on tomorrow. There's some crude humor, so I hope crude humor doesn't offend you. There's some German humor. I know that's not a laughing matter. You know, just things like that. But overall, we're pretty chill here.
At Ballfan 7 said that.
But as...
Model student 20 said awesome.
Yeah.
Ballfans.
Yes, thank you very much. Because I try and keep what I do pretty basic. I don't subscribe to any one particular manufacturer. I try to keep what I do simple in execution, but fun, and make sure that the results speak for themselves if I can. I don't like wasting a lot of time on certain
At Ballfan
frivolities
7
that
said
just
also
don't work.
just ensure does Rayvale ever retire their models?
Sometimes. Sometimes they do. The thing about Revell, and it's what I like.
Said I've been looking for this one built.
One thing I like. So let's use a 32nd scale P51 as an example. Revell, I believe, still releases the old Revell US 32nd scale P51B kit. And it's a older American Revell mold, so raised panel lines. It's got an engine in it. It's actually a pretty decent kit for what it is. But alongside that, that's at one price point. So you're looking at the 15-20 euro range. Now, they also have a 32nd scale P51D. That's a more modern mold made to a better standard. So you're looking at something that's in the 40 to 50 euro range, 50 euro range. But the thing is, Revell likes to keep different types of kits available across the board because, one, it gets them more revenue, especially if something's already essentially paid off. You know? And you'll see other channels complain about it. They didn't warn me this was a 30-year-old kit. Do your research before you buy. It's like, has anyone announced outside of Tamiya, that they've done a 32nd scale Corsair recently. No, they haven't. So if you see that Revell is selling a 32nd scale Corsair or a 32nd scale Harrier, you can pretty much safely bet that it is not a new toolkit, and it's one of the 30 to 40-year-old models.
That old Spitfire is proving great for its age.
You know? So when you get to it, you have a kit that's good for a beginner, i.e. the older P51 kit that still builds into a respectable model and can help you learn the basic skills. And then once you feel you've built enough and your skills have improved to a level that you feel comfortable, you can tackle the more advanced kit that's newer tooled with finer details requiring a bit more finesse. So some people complain about it. I appreciate it, right? I might make a playlist for the basic build series here. One based on armor for this. And these guys have already got me planning another one for aircraft. So my wife got me the 72nd scale, supposedly new tooled F-15E from Revell in the Lakenheath D-Day markings. So I'm going to work on that next. It looks like a decent little kit. The major complaint out of it that I can kind of agree with is that the weapons loadout on it is old. It doesn't have a sniper pod, it doesn't have AIM 9X, and it doesn't have JDAMs. However, in the markings I'm building it in, I don't need any of that. Actually, I do need some. I need a sniper pod, which I've already got the files for that I can print out. That's the only change I'm going to make to it, is that once the pod's on, it stays on unless it malfunctions. And they haven't retired the original targeting pod, but it's been replaced. But given it's a demo aircraft, it's not going to be lugging small diameter bombs, GBU-12s, or JDAMs. It's going to be running clean. So when I build it, I'm just going to have a nice, clean demo team aircraft. So to me, the weapons incorrectness doesn't matter as much as it does to some other people. Now, if I wanted to use that kit as a basis to make a September 2005 F-15 build down in Qatar, then yeah, I'd need to get a whole new weapon set for it. Sometimes there's some kits out there that no matter how good they are, it doesn't make anybody happy. Because this hobby isn't about enjoying the build anymore, it's about what can I complain about the most on this new kit. Has this kit given me trouble? Yeah. More to the fact that there's recycled plastic being used in part of it, which this is the first time I've run into that on one of these. Other than that, this kit has been a dream. No inherent problems to the design of the model. How's that? And here I...
The model student 20 said I did the Black Widow in a brushed aluminum finish like a test prototype ball.
I'm still trying to decide how I want to do my Black Widow. I need to find more references on what they actually looked like in the Pacific. Or I might do a European theater one. I'm still trying to decide on that. Because, believe it or not, the Black Widow actually did go up against the Heinkel 219. Now you want a good kit from Revell, Germany to build, 32nd scale, that even a beginner skill level could work on and make look really nice. The Revell 32nd scale HE219. Beautiful kit. Just keep in mind it needs more weight forward of the wheels than they give it credit for. So be prepared to fill every crevice forward of the nose with weight. Or forward of the wheel, nose wheel. I did one once. I had it up on a shelf. I forgot it was by a door and opened the door from the other side. And it fell 6 feet from the shelf. So I no longer have it. But if I could get another one, I would love to do another one. They're not that expensive. For a plane that big, you would expect to pay quite a bit. You can still pick them up for 60, 70 bucks. Okay, yeah. So I am not doing... Solway Studios, thank you very much for the raid. How you doing?
Stream Elements said Solway Studios TV just rated the channel with 11 viewers. Pop champ.
Thanks for that raid, Solway. How you doing?
Asks, hey, have you done any modern Israeli tank, and if so, which color do you use for them?
It depends on... When it comes to Israeli armor, it depends on when. And a little bit on where. I've done... Nice. We're working on a command LAV for our Back to Basics build. So for those who haven't been here recently, this build we use no aftermarket. For a current Merkava 4, the best mix I can give you. Piero94, thank you for the follow. Okay, I'll let this finish real quick. Get yourself some Tamiya Field Drab and Field Gray. Mix them 50-50. I can show you what it looks like here in a sec. I have a 16th scale Merkava 4, but I just want to get further on this. The goal today is to finish the base construction on this, so when we come back Tuesday, we can start base painting on it. So I want to try and make each video this week a different stage of the model. So Tuesday will be base painting, Wednesday would be weathering and starting the display base for it, so I can kind of start tying those two together, and then so on and so forth. So, but yeah, Tamiya Field Drab and... not Field Drab, Khaki Drab and Field Gray mixed 50-50 is a great Sinai Gray green for the Merkava 4. Other companies say they have the right color. I've seen them, they don't look right to me. But that's me, that's my opinion. Okay, we're making fuel tanks, not fuel tanks, jerry cans. But I hope everybody's having a good day. But yeah, the point of this is a back to basics build. No aftermarket, no extreme conversions. Hopping off to get food. Geez, go eat. But I know you got yourself on a Minnesota time clock too, so. But yeah, there's no aftermarket, no miracle fluids, nothing. We're using all the old school techniques based in these 3 books. I've got them on hand to refer to if I need to. Now, that's the reason I asked when and where for the Israeli color, because if you were talking something more the Yom Kippur time frame, it would have been a more sandy brown tone color, where a lot of the modern stuff is more of a dark gray-green drab color. There we go. And the handles. And welcome again to everyone from Solway's Raid. How's everybody doing? And what was he 3D modeling on? Was he working on the runabout some more? Or is it something top secret now? Come on, stick. Stick. There we go. So I could try cleaning all the flash out of those from off the sprue. Or I can put it on here, let the glue dry, and just kind of clean it up real quick after the glue dries. The fuel can allowing me a little more to hold on to. So yeah, we're probably going to wind up going a little longer today just to get this base assembly done. Normally we stop after about 3 hours. But there's not really a whole heck of a lot left to do. So I should be able to knock most of it out. Except for modifying the exhaust. Let me think on that a second. Okay. Some reason that little sound bit there reminds me of the Death Metal Rooster video. Or did I just really age myself by saying that? And our goal when we're building this is to basically recreate the box art. So that's kind of what we're going to be aiming for, is that whole scene there. Nothing terribly taxing or overly complicated. Looks like my print finished too. Okay. F16. D2 and 3. Smoke dischargers. Three, 2. Yeah, I won't be on tomorrow for anyone who's new. Got some personal stuff to take care of. But I should be on the rest of the week. The wider one does need to be on top. Why is it telling me otherwise? Weird. Come on. I should have glued the mount to the hull first. Oh well. I learned for the next one. Which will be in just a moment. There we have it for that one. Here's the other one. If I am on tomorrow, it won't be till much later in the day. But for right now, don't expect it, because I don't know how the morning's going to treat me. Hi, Marmar. We still have a lot to do on this side and the whole detailing back area. But we're getting there.
At the model, student 20 said screws are getting empty.
D8. That's one thing I really like about these LAV kits. They're simple. They're well detailed, but for what you're making, there's not a lot of detail. The LAV itself is a really clean vehicle. What makes them interesting from a modeling perspective, especially if you're going to do something a bit more like in theater, these things get covered in personal gear and packs and equipment, because you got to remember, it's the home for the crew while they're out there doing what they're doing. This one's going to be more like it's on, you know, an exercise or something. So it's not gonna have too much junk on it. I'm gonna have a little more on it than what the box art shows, but I'm not gonna go stupid, you know, Thunder Run Iraq 2003 covered in equipment. I do not like these tiny sprue points they always give us. Ah, come on. There you go. There. That's where these go. Okay. I've got you backwards. Yeah, my original idea for this was not for the basics build, but to kind of build the one I remember seeing at Kaneohe, Hawaii, where it had some kind of compressed air cylinder here, and it was a really worn out desert camouflage, but what was showing through was the older style modular environment camouflage, the desert camouflage. Those the crow's feet and everything. So, but I can't remember enough about it to recreate it, and I could only find one picture of any vehicle with that wow, my brain just stopped working. That cylinder on the side, which means it's a non-standard piece of equipment. And for all I know, the picture I found might be that very same vehicle. I don't know how common that kind of thing was. But yeah, we're walking around the old vehicle depot, you know, just the motor pool area, looking at the Humvees they use for training, and guy comes around the corner and sees us and goes, "Hey, want to see something cool? Give me a second to close the back doors because you're not supposed to see in there." We walk into this, you know, workshop, and there's a freaking LAV C2 being worked on. And it's my understanding that these really aren't that common a vehicle, all things considered. Like, they're there, but they're a small part of the overall fleet. So I've always kind of had a thing for this vehicle.
At the model student 20 said sweet.
This is back in '93, mind you, so... We were visiting my brother, he was stationed out there. Plus, I'm also hoping that doing this helps get me kind of back and motivated on a couple other projects which have kind of fallen to the wayside. One of which is the Cicada scout vehicle. Because I printed out the Cicada a while ago, but kind of lost momentum on ideas for the base. More how to fill out the groundwork than anything. But I've kind of got an idea forming now. Especially now that I've got the... wow. The Sculptamold, the paper mache for the groundwork. You'll see when we do the groundwork for this. Because that's the other thing that really makes things a bit expensive, is you see people using this stuff to do a lot of their groundwork. This shit ain't cheap. It's good for a light coating, but this ain't cheap. And I like using it. It's good for small bases, it's good for some mud effects, things like that. But overall, I want to re-examine what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. Because it feels like I've kind of lost my way a little bit, too. Not so much that I've gotten caught up in the trends, but in that I've forgotten a lot of what I used to be able to do. I'm going old, damn it! No, let's see how this guy fits in here.
Said I'm going to try plaster bandage for the base layer. Looks like it works good.
So that guy fits perfectly in there. In the box art, he's looking through binoculars and he's more crouched down. I like how he's just kind of hanging out. Let me show you what I'm using real quick. I need to stand up and move around anyway. Everybody take a quick break. So, stand up, move around, walk around. Alright, we're back. Plaster bandage can be good for an initial base layer. Kind of losing track here. But if you want to do groundwork, say you got a smaller thing that you're doing, start with a layer of this stuff. It's finely ground paper mache, basically plaster and paper. You mix that up, lay that out. You can put it over foam, things like that, to build up your contours. And it's basically the same as using a plaster wrap, it's just not in bandage form. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm trying to see which chapter he does the, yeah. Well, that's aftermarket kits. He goes over making the ground base work in some of these. And he also goes over how to make your scenes more interesting, too. It's like, okay, wrecked plane. More scattered, angled a bit better, more foliage, good. Add more interest, person, more debris, you know. Kind of think of what you're doing. But I'm trying to get into where he was talking about how to build up your base, especially if you're having radical contour changes. Ah, here. Yeah, you don't want it to be too thick, so if you're gonna build up different layers, different heights, use foam or other things underneath to build it up, and then you put your celluclay, the stuff in the bag, over that. Because if you make it too thick, it can warp and crack and just take forever to dry. But there was another one where he discussed doing kind of what you were talking about. Just trying to remember where it was. And some really classic kits in here too. Goes through figure painting. So this is a one-trick pony book for all the basics, for model building and diorama work. I think it may have been this one. Yeah. Well, I guess he didn't get into it. I could have sworn I read one part where he had. But your ideas got merit, but you just got to remember the bandage, if you don't treat it right on the outside, will still look like bandage. Okay, so we've turned around. Got that, got that, got that, got that, got that, got that. Got those. Yep, we're getting near the end. And I've got to make one more jerry can. Whoa. Who's that? We have an alley? Oh, we have an alley girl. Yeah.
At the model student 20 said crushing it.
Hi, girl. Oh, that's right. I put that in your box top. I'm sorry. Okay, come here. There you go. Good girl. Yeah. Bellies.
At the model student 20 said mountain lion lol.
Stuben Tiger. F4. See, after building this, it would be interesting to build the M113 version, but I can't find that old Tamiya kit cheap to save my life right now. I think it was the M537? 577? But it was the M113 with a bigger box on the back of it. And it had a frame that could stretch out for covering over the area. Came with some good Cold War figures. But the prices for it have gotten stupid for some reason lately. I want you to sit easily on here. But you don't want to. Stay. There might be a couple small mods I do off stream. The exhaust might have to be one of them. Or else the photo etch just doesn't look right. And then these. I talked about what I'm going to do here though. But a good part of most builds, to really make them shine, just make sure you remove as much of the visible mold seams as you can. And that's not like, oh, you'll win awards. That's just, it looks cleaner. It looks better without the mold seams. And I just knocked one of my rims onto the floor behind the table. Go me! Let's get you in the box. There we go.
At the model student 20 said something that does make all the difference.
And it's a really little thing, but it's one of those things that your eye picks up on, especially when you start getting into the weathering and the wear, any dry brushing you do of any type, regardless of whether it's a highlight color, something to restore the basic color finish back, however you do it. But that thin little line can pop out and go, look, I'm fake. It's like, you may not know that I'm not supposed to be here, but your brain does. So... MG... And keep in mind, nothing of what I do is ever done with the mindset of, I'm going to enter this in a contest. You want to really lose motivation in this hobby and kill everything that could be great about it? Start building for contests. Start building specifically for contests. And you will see your motivation and will to build dry up quicker than a puddle in the Sahara. Because once you start doing that, eventually nothing you do will ever be good enough. Every slight issue becomes a bigger problem than it should be. And you start turning molehills into mountains. Is it okay to build to the best of your ability? By all means, yes. Is it okay to be excited to enter something in a contest and push yourself towards it? Yes. But if you approach every build as a, this is going to take best of show at the Nationals in 3 months, forget it.
At the model student 20 said, I was amazed at the models of the show. I had never been before. It was impressive.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of good work there. But I've also seen what happens to most normal people when they get into that I'm building for the show mindset. That is the one thing that will kill 95% of people's drive. There's other people out there that live for it. And I'm not saying don't strive to build your best. But don't ever lock yourself in on something like that. I'm going to crawl under my desk and get that rim so I don't forget about it. There it is. Oh, Frankie, I didn't know you brought me a poof. We'll play fetch later, okay, bud? Very much so, Bitstorm. How you been? Welcome. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this, is to alleviate that. I'm trying to show... Because you're sitting here watching me just throw this thing together. I'm not really being too, you know... Oh, look at this. This should be a millimeter further back here. That's wrong. No, I'm not doing any of that crap. What I'm about to start doing is only for me, and only because it's got a photo etch part for it. And I never liked this on any of the other kits either. The Italeri one is more forgivable because they've got the
At the model student 20 said, I'm not competitive,
Yeah. They've got the texture molded into it for the screen. But in this, they give you this piece here that you put the photo etch over, but it doesn't look right. Because this is what the photo etch should look like. And there should be a tube over it for... this is basically the exhaust for the muffler. It goes like that. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use styrene tube to recreate that part that goes inside there, and that way when I put the photo etch on over it and it's painted, you'll actually have that look of the exhaust tube inside the photo etch heat shield. That's the only real mod I'm going to do to this. Only because I think just scab gluing the photo etch onto here just does not look good. It actually makes it look worse because you can't get the photo etch to fit right. And I've done it once before. I can show you the end result just so you can see what I'm getting at. So let me get this glued together. Because I did the same modification on the recovery LAV. Still haven't finished that, but I'm pondering how I'm going to put the crane to use. I've got the safety barricades, so I could just have it simply putting a barricade in place.
Bitstorm _ asks, sorry photo, is that brass thing? You curve it onto the surface and paint over it?
Yeah, so this piece and this piece, these are intake covers here for the radiators. So we'll get to those in a second. But this, and that are the heat shield for the exhaust. And if you just glue them on top of this part here, it doesn't look right. Like, you can tell something's off. And I'll show you what I mean. Just give me one moment. Well, I would show you, but I forgot I put camo net over it. But I can still kind of show it off. So on this one, if I can move it, if you look carefully, see if I can get autofocus to play, see how you can see through it? And there's the hint of an exhaust pipe in there. Yeah, there we go. Further forward you can kind of see it.
Bitstorm _ said that looks awesome.
But to do this, what I did...
Bitstorm _ said, alright, I get it.
Yeah. What I did is I cut this off and then used styrene rod to replicate the actual tube inside. I just can't remember if I have enough rod. I think I do. I do. Haha! Because all that is a heat shield to keep you from putting your hand on a hot diesel exhaust. The file. Last time I did this, it didn't take very long, so hopefully I can get it sorted out pretty quickly. And then the other thing it allowed me to do was paint under it first before I started the rest of the actual painting. There. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Using super glue to try and make this a bit quicker. And I forget if I had to notch the back of the exhaust pipe to go over this armored shock tower here. I know I had to notch it for the part of the down tube. Go back to liquid cement, since this will take some adjusting. Yeah. Not as far of an angle. Still hasn't set. There. That'll work well enough. I just got to cut it to there. Okay. Okay. Bend you a little like that. Perfect. Now we reinforce with a little bit of super glue. I need a new bottle of super glue. This one's getting really sloppy. Okay. Shoot it with a little accelerator. That fits on just like it should. The only other thing I've got to worry about is this thing. Because this goes from here, but under here. I forget if I have to notch that. I shouldn't have to. I think I did, thinking I had to notch it on the original version I did. And then it turned out I didn't need to.
At the model student 20 said I'm a dollar store super glue guy. It comes in
The only problem with those little tubes, they are watery. Like yeah, like it's spilling out over your fingers and gluing your wee wee to the side of your leg because you're not paying attention, kind of stuff. Okay, let me check the fit. If it turns out I need to notch it, I can. But that way, this will be ready to have. Okay, yeah, that doesn't go there. That just goes onto the hull, like so. Okay. So yeah, that's ready to have the photo etch put on it now. If I really wanted to get into it, I could put a slim piece of tube under there. Well, you got the nice dollar stores then. Yeah, you see how they just have you put the photo etch over that. And it just never... I tried it once on the kit a while ago. I never liked how it looked. So I'm going to leave that loose so I can just refine it a little later, sand some things down, make sure everything fits right. And then that'll be ready for tomorrow. Don't need this anymore. Keep that just in case. Alright, where are we? I need to get the bullets in the bang bang. They got that bespoke cardboard for absorbing your oil, don't they? Some people swear by it. I don't care. That's going to live there, but we're going to leave that off for right now. Okay. So yeah, we're caught up on the destructions till there. We got that on. Okay, now we're looking at the engine grills. Be aggressive. Okay, the main thing with the grills, you got to make sure the holes in them line up with the holes here, because there's a plastic lifting hook that goes through that. File off the burrs from the photo etch there. So given that the base for this one is in the winter, do you think I should go for the damp effect like I did on the M60? Or just treat it a bit more dryly? Keep the damp on the road wheels and stuff. Oh, if you think about the breaks that I took and the minor side tracks, more like 3.5, but yeah. And this is what I remember from when I was You know, an earlier teenager, you know, 11, 12, 13, not in high school yet, and just, you know, mowing the lawn, getting the allowance, you and Dad going to the hobby shop, and just picking up models to work on. And then by the time you get home, that 4 o'clock thunderstorm rolls in. Good times. You know, maybe people are right. Nostalgia lately isn't so much for a place, but it's for a time and a way of being that we could never go back to. So once this... We still try to every time he visits here or I make it there. There's no hobby shops where he lives, unfortunately. There's 3 or 4 we cruise to here. I'm talking legit hobby shops, not Hobby Lobby. But even back then, but I just remember, you know, just doing that. Like, I'd be working on my models. I'd say one of the ones I got was the old Tamiya half track with the quad 23mm on the back of it, the German half track. It came with the crew. Showed them in the reversible winter parkas that are either white or the camouflage. I built that, and I took it to the Nationals in '93. You know, I was still a teenager, so I was still considered a junior. I don't remember if it got anything, but the fact that I was able to do it and take it to the ones in Georgia was awesome. You know, we used to go to Pensacola all the time for the show that was there. Just really... I want to be able to do that still, but can't, because I don't live there. And my son's moved out of the house. He never really took up this hobby. I didn't force it on him either. You know, my dad never forced this on me. I just saw it as something interesting, and it's what my friends were doing, so I picked it up. And here I am, still doing it. I don't think it was the decade that we grew up in that made it awesome. I think it's the fact that we grew up in a decade that didn't have the distraction we do now. Because most of the same things that exist now existed then. Even down to the video games and the consoles and things like that. They just weren't as visually amazing. Just, there's more distractions. There's more instant communication. Everybody sees the phone as a leash. You know? So I get it. It's not so much... Yeah. But, anyway, back to the thing. I can't remember exactly when. I know I wasn't like 10, but it was probably early teens, you know. like 12, 13 time frame. That's when, you know, he found the model club and he started taking me to contests and stuff. He saw that I was interested in this in a way that even he wasn't.
The model student 20 said my son has banana hands keys for fingers kind of thing. He laughs at the tiny bits I handle and shakes his head.
But that's just it. I was into something that he was into, but I was taking it to that next step. I never thought, hey, I'm going to build this for nationals. I just thought, hey, I'm going to build this, you know?
Said I come from the imagination age, not the information age.
That's another way to put it. I know my Dilophosaur was actually published and it won something. I still have that. But yeah, it's just... I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too stupidly sentimental. Okay, where was I? Okay, back plate. Now, I think the time we live in now could be just as great, if not greater, if only people were allowed to slow back down. And by that I mean, you know, every place closed at 6. Every place just chilled out a little bit, you know. You don't need instant everyday access to your employees to do your jobs. That kind of stuff. Because that's the main difference, is we weren't as distracted back then. One thing I might invest in relatively soon is some photo etch ratchet straps. Or if I could find some files for some resin ones that I could print out and just use tape to make the strap. Just to make things look a little better when they're tied down. Or even bungee hooks. I could twist those, but those are tiny, tiny. But the main thing I remember from when I was building models at a younger age, and all I had to go on was like reference books and things like that, there wasn't always somebody shouting in my ear how wrong a thing was. I was just looking up pictures of the vehicle, other people's builds, and building it the best I could. There is that. There is that, model student. But back to what I was saying about model building, though, and I think it's what made it more fun back then is, like you said, the imagination age. nobody was trying to build a vehicle built to an exact date, time, was the employee drunk specification. They were just trying to build a vehicle that looked representative. And that was good enough. And it's kind of gotten out of hand. Like in this build, I could easily say, oh, this is Bosnia 97 or Iraq 92, because it could fit in there. No. This is just going to be an LAV on a snowy road. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Taillights. And that's all I want it to be.
At the model student 20 said model builder put me in touch with my creative side and ways music, and also I could do it on my own, but I love this hobby.
And that's what I want you to keep doing, you know? Is it good to look up to others for inspiration? Yeah, it is, you know? You say you look up to me, I look up to people like Night Shift and Verlinden and Shep Payne. You know, we all have somebody that we look up to. And we use what they do to inspire us to do more, to do better. Right? Hell, I look up to Solway. He does stuff with his Warhammer figures that I could never do at this point. Or I probably could if I put my mind to it, but right now I know I couldn't.
At George Davis
You know?
7,129 said masking tape for straps.
Yep. Masking tape for straps. But there's a difference between looking up to those people for inspiration and the cult of personality that surrounds certain names in the hobby now. And it's that cult of personality I need to really get back away from. And it was even infesting the club that I was in, to the point where I'm like, this isn't about the hobby anymore. This is about name-dropping products and people. When you get people from other clubs that have been to the meeting before, yet they introduce themselves like they're some kind of reality TV star of model building. No, sorry, no, I don't feel comfortable in this environment anymore. I'm leaving. You know? This isn't Al-Anon, this isn't... You know, we don't have to introduce ourselves like that every time we come to the meeting. And the fact that, I don't know if this is other clubs, but there's people in the one that I used to go to that are internationally known for being fraudsters and shysters, even within our own club, and they still allow them to come. And I'm like, nope, I'm done now. You haven't told them to go away. I've told you their presence makes me not want to be here. So I am making good on my word. And people are like, oh, why don't you go start your own club? I don't know. Probably because the membership here is quite limited. And it would be inviting those very same people that I'm trying to remove myself from. Or maybe that's this. This is a good replacement for it. Because I don't think I'm better than any of you, for starters. I just like sitting here. It used to not be that way, but it's become like that. Oh, what's his name? I stopped following him. He's in our club. He's risen on. No, the club's been growing, but that's the problem. It's growing in a way that we're getting more of the personalities and less of the hobby, right? Like, me sitting here talking with you guys is more of a model club meeting than that was. It's like, yeah, we all do the round table. Okay. You guys know MD scale models, right? Yeah, the local one here is down in Salt Lake. And the thief guy that I was telling you about is part of that. He likes to get his fingers in everything until he can find a group to basically shill on and then disappear. He started moving into one of the car clubs. They cut him out pretty quick. But I don't know if any of you guys ever saw MD scale models on any of the modeling pages. He does great work. But he started bringing a lot of personal politics into it. I'm sorry, no. You can have your politics, but keep it out of the hobby. So yeah, another person that I looked up to, but kind of lost their shine to me. Because I was unable to see them for the person they are. And not that we ever had any kind of altercation, anything. You saw what and unsubscribed? Oh, and you saw the same thing? The same person that I just mentioned, MD? Yeah, but it's like... To me, it's about this, right? It's not about whatever flag is on the back of your vehicle. Bingo, Bitstorm. Yeah. I don't care about the flag on the back of your Subaru or anything like that. I care about this. Do you like doing this? Do you have fun doing it? Great! That's all it is. That's all I want. Whether you wear a red hat or a rainbow hat, I could care less. As long as you don't put it in my face when I'm trying to do this. Problem is, a lot of people these days put it in your face when you're trying to do this. You guys are all excellent. We are almost done with baseline construction. Mm-hmm.
That's why we're building our green model. Thank you very much. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
And there were people like that I used to follow on Instagram because, you know, 8, 9 years ago when I started on Twitch, you know, you're following everybody, talking to everybody. And you knew they kind of live certain ways, you know. I'm not going to be too specific. But they suddenly go from, hey, I'm building Warhammer, this is cool, to, why won't anyone accept my Warhammer army painted to represent this? Because nobody wants that in the hobby, you know? That's why. Simple as that. They want Space Marines, not whatever it is you were trying to do. And then they crash out about it publicly, and then that's when they get unfollowed.
Someone gave me beers over building some Russian stuff. Blood get bent.
Uh-huh. The only thing I shy away from right now is World War II German. One, because the algorithm seems to even see the standard German cross on the vehicle as a hate symbol. And two, it invites too much of that kind of shit. So the only time you're gonna, and that's probably why I've been so slow on the half-track build. You know, as much as I'm enjoying it, it's gonna start happening. We are done with that sprue. And I'm sorry if anything I've said upset people, but that's just the way I like to keep this hobby. You know? And a perfect example is Alex. That's why I'm kind of concerned, because all the BS in the media going on about Denmark and the US and Greenland, and they were still here being cordial, being supportive, being an excellent person.
At the model
You know?
student 20 said no scaffold markings or big guy, which my friend gave me both. We laughed about posting them. I get arrested.
True. Well, yeah, Alex is just here to talk about the tanks. He could care less about the geopolitical ramifications of our nations of origin, which is excellent. And if he's out there, I hope he's doing okay. I know this has been kind of a dry build, but the most exciting thing is that exhaust modification. Oh, and I've got to trim off the other things so I can make the cable reel.
At the model student 20 said, oh yeah, no humor with German WW2.
We will be telling the jokes here! Oh. German humor is not a laughing matter.
Bitstorm underscore said lol. At the model student 20 said, maybe that it's always here for reference when building this kit.
It is, and I really haven't done anything spectacular with it, to be honest. The only thing I'm going to do off stream is I'm going to take that little sliver that I saved, put it on the bottom to represent the part that goes into the hull, and I'm going to round it off and just finish up the shaping to make sure that everything fits right when I go to put everything together, because before I put the photo etch on, yeah, yeah, before I put the photo etch on, I've also got to paint underneath it NATO green. On this one, I'm going to go with the Tamiya NATO green, not the Vallejo. From what I can tell, the one I'm representing, the one with the markings for Death Star on it, it's not as bright green as the Vallejo one as you have it. So, but hey, we'll also have an update for the shorts tonight. Pop some tires together. Hi, Allie. You're using my arm as a pillow now? Yeah, it's up to them whether or not they want to follow along, but it is something that they can refer to. They can skip through parts of it. You know. There's examples of other builds of it to go off of. And this isn't even finished yet. This needs more dust and other things. But I'll be able to do a work in progress short tonight on this. But it is a good example of a straight out of the box kit. Minus that. But I also showed how easy it is to make that modification. Come on, get through the wheel. Fine, we'll try it the other way. There we go. That one's actually one of the medical containers from the Academy Humvee. I do have a printed one for this, though, I think. No, I don't. But I don't want to use anything printed. I'm just going to use strictly Tamiya aftermarket stuff. Like, I really want to stick with things available at the time of the techniques. There are resin coolers out there by other companies, yes. But we're going to be keeping this one kind of in the area of the build, you know. I don't want to move too far out of the scope of it. Come on. Kind of like how I don't want to use camo netting on it. Could I? Yeah. I can't remember if that material was even around back then. But we're just going out and trying to make the box art, you know, we're not trying to redesign the hobby. Okay, yeah. Come on, turn around. I think that's what it feels like sometimes, is there's some people out there who feel they have to reinvent the entire hobby and make it everybody else's business when it's not the case. And I haven't done an LAV with the original roller skate wheels on it either. I've always done the fatter life extension wheels. I get you. And like I said, it's more that I can inspire somebody, and not so much that they are copying me. That's all I want to do. I want to give somebody that little glimmer to go, oh, hey, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, these tires aren't straight at all. But there, that's ready for a new short tonight showing day one, work in progress. All the parts. And I hope the setting also helps give it the feel of, you know, here's just a basic box with wheels. But the figure, the barbed wire fence with the little gate in it, the tree with the snow all over the branches. You know, it's going to be more snow than frost, unlike the M60. So it's going to be bleak, but still have something. I might even see if I can make a little cardinal to put up in the tree. Okay. Those need to go on. Pintle hook, and I forgot 2 door handles. So we're not done yet! Haha! I lied! I'm such a bad streamer. I lied.
At the model student 20 said routine if I inspire one person to pick up a kid and know that my effort is rewarded.
And that's really what I want from this. You know? Do I want the channel to be more self-sustaining? Yes. I'm not going to lie about that. But in a way that people are seeing me work on things I want to do and they want to see. And that's why I keep asking, you know, what do you guys want to see me do next? What haven't I done that would interest you? You know? That's why I'm trying to get the views up, so that way YouTube can start doing its own self-sustainment stuff. So I'm actually going to leave those loose because I want to run rope through them. I'm going to see if I have any left over from the AAV. I think I might. But I got to see if I got any rope. Door handles for the back doors. So after the LAV M, you guys want to see the anti-tank one or the air defense one? Go. Quick back through the instructions. Make sure I didn't forget anything. Nope, got the ground anchor there.
At the model student 20 said it's hard choice.
I'll have to check it out. I'll give some channels a shot. One thing, like I try and keep things still, right? So Bitstorm votes for anti-tank LAV. Engagement, you know. Certain camera angles even put me off. They do. it's hard to describe, but there's certain ways, certain camera angles just kind of... I don't want to use the term give me the ick, but it's like, ugh.
If model student votes for all, it will be a tie.
Well, the AA one has the advantage of having, I think, a 20 millimeter
At the model student he's building a striker mortar one
stinger and something else on it. So here, I'll throw up links. How's that? I'll use my wish list and throw up links. Actually, I think there is a link to my wish list up. Yeah, there's a link to my wish list on the
model student 20 said okay.
Twitch side. Yeah, on Twitch, Bitstorm, if you go on my wish list, you'll see it there. But I'll throw a picture up here in just a second. I just gotta
The model
find it.
student 20 said rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I got too much stuff on this list. I gotta clean it up.
Big storm underscore says we're not done. Use this anti-tank.
Yeah. So here's the anti-aircraft one. If it'll let me paste the link. Well, the anti-tank one is twin tow missile launchers.
The busy builder sent a link.
So that's the anti-aircraft one.
At the busy builder 4071 sent a link.
And then... Really? Gotta go back through all that again. Great. And here's the anti-tank one.
At the model student 20 said sweet. At the busy builder 4071 sent a link. The busy builder sent a link.
But I've already got some Tamiya stuff picked out for stowage. I'm not going to put too much on it. Like I said, I'm trying to evoke the box art a little bit more. But I will have some on both sides just to balance it. Probably tweak the figure a little bit so he fits in there better too. Yeah, this should be a pretty fun paint up on Tuesday.
20 said brutal, they're both dope.
And yeah, we'll get on with the rest of it. I've got my photo etched barbed wire. Instructions. This is going to be interesting to use. Come on, autofocus. There we go. Looks like a couple different... They got some variety in the strand, so as you twist it up, it'll work.
Big storm underscore said that anti-tank one looks like something out of War of the Worlds.
I think it was in War of the Worlds. The hilltop assault scene. I know there was an actual... if you look in the background of one scene, there's one of these firing like crazy when the Abrams roll up. But I think that there may have been a tow one in the movie as well. But yeah, it's been almost 5 hours now. We even have those to work on. I've got a small diorama set of the tripods I want to try doing again. Aries sent it to me. But yeah, it's been almost 5 hours. We've completely assembled the model. It is ready for paint on the next day of the stream, which probably will not be tomorrow, most likely Tuesday. I expect to be out of commission for better part of the day tomorrow. Recovering...
Model student 20 said those are only $50 here in Canada. That's not bad for what y'all get.
Yeah, it was a good long stream today. I wasn't expecting it to be that long. I'm gonna tweak some minor things on here because it's got all these. It's got these odd buckle locations where there's nothing to be held down. So I know what this one is. I'll research what this one is and see if I can make them work. Like put the actual cable bundle in here with the tie downs and stuff. I'll see what this is. I'll get those figured out, and that'll make the model a little better. If not, it won't be hard to remove them or cover them with stowage. But yeah, keep an eye out Tuesday. I want to hope to be on by about 10 o'clock that day as well. And that should cover base painting, clear coat, decals, and the initial detail wash. Wednesday I want to have for weathering after the paint cures, starting with the oil wash and the mud mix. So yeah, Tuesday about 10 a.m., if not possibly earlier. I'll kind of keep things. I'll keep you notified on YouTube through the what's the word I'm looking for? The community page. I'll keep you kind of arranged through the community page. Yeah, so keep an eye out there and any other posts I make. And yeah, I'll see you all Tuesday morning. If I'm going to be on tomorrow, I'll make a post well in advance so you know. But don't count on it for right now.